afternoon, or good morning, or wherever you are. This is episode 50. Happy New Year's to all of you.
There's an echo.
There's an echo?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. That's not kosher. Crud monkeys. I think I had this thing working perfectly. Well, let's just do it right now. This is episode 50 of the new first year of 2022 for January 1st. I'm your host, Paramike. That lovely gothic right there. She is the one and the only.
Parallor.
That's right. Parallor's got some more herbs to do and explanations of what they're supposed to do, what categories they fit in, and what sounds ridiculous in the categories, which is weird. So I want to turn that over to her while I work on the echo somehow.
Let's see. Star anise. Burns incense to increase psychic awareness and abilities. Place on the altar to increase the power generated. Carried to bring luck. Alternative, if you can't find star anise, Chinese anise, and anise star, which makes no sense. Same damn thing. Turn my volume up there a bit. Straw. That's a pile of hay.
Or what you sip from out of a glass.
That too. Image magic and luck. Straw flower? I haven't heard that one in a long time.
I never heard of it.
Well, I know Scotty mentioned it before. Luck, longevity, protection. It doesn't really work on me. Using magic to get the effects to last. Flower of samine, signifying the transition from one type of life to the other. No, use with caution. It's poisonous, meaning you can't eat it. It's more of an offering. You can only use straw flower as offerings for luck spells, protection spells, longevity. Not quite sure if there's a spell category with that.
And our moderator says Happy New Year's to us. Happy New Year's to you too.
What the hell happened? Oh. Wrong button. Oops. Oh, hey Gloria. No, I'm not in a better mood. I'll explain that later. Strawberry.
Yuck.
Attracts success. It's more of a belief. Good fortune. Belief. And favorable circumstances. Okay.
Why do I find that debatable?
I do also. I've always considered favorable circumstances not realistic. And definitely doesn't promise that. Served as a love food. Yeah. Leaves are carried for luck. Even I know that.
Mm-hmm.
Pregnant women carry a packet of the leaves to ease the pain of pregnancy and childbirth. Superstitious belief? Because I've had a couple kids, even though I don't look it, and strawberry leaves doesn't do shit. Strawberries are considered an offering to whatever god or gods, male or female, you serve or look to. Spells for success would probably go with luck or good fortune. The love food, obviously, because you can eat it. It's in a whole bunch of shit. Desserts, pies, cakes, cheesecake, even though cheesecake isn't really considered cake. Different types of pastries. Let's see. There is strawberry lotion, so you can also wear it on your skin. Shampoo, conditioner.
I also do believe that there is strawberry lipstick, if I remember correctly.
There are, or were. I haven't seen any. And no, that wasn't actually a laugh. There are some bath oils that have strawberry in them, and I mean the bubble bath oil. There's incense you could burn that says strawberry on them, as well as candles, so you can burn it separately or together. I haven't seen strawberry oil. Let's see.
I typed in strawberry lipstick, and it's a song.
A song?
Yeah.
As in
a name I cannot pronounce, but there's a video on YouTube for it. There is strawberry chapstick.
That I know. So, the strawberry, you can use it several different ways. Let's see. Sugar.
That's in everything.
Love spells.
Nope.
Nope.
Not saying a word.
Let's see. Love spells I've said it before. You can't force someone to fall in love with you. Because it doesn't work. Especially if you have a couple family members that don't like the other individual. I mean, love spells generally for bringing a family member closer to you in more than one way. There we go.
A little bit of a delay.
In sugar, it can also be used as an offering, as well as ingredients. Next, sugar, known for sex magic. I personally have never heard of that shit. Sugar being
That has to be made up.
Like I said, sugar also for sex magic in witchcraft.
Yeah.
Has to be bullshit.
I've
I've never heard of it.
It has to be a made-up thing.
Sugar cane.
Okay, those I've heard of.
Love. I just said it. Particularly, love means bringing a family member or members closer to you in more than one way. Lust, possible. Sympathy. That one, I never heard of. And of course, one that some people get kind of weary on. Sulfur powder.
That's from a match. If
Dispels.
sulfur can get you horny, you have issues.
What?
If sulfur can get somebody horny, they got issues.
I'm not anywhere near sugarcane anymore.
Oh.
Where do you get sugarcane from sunflower powder?
Oh, sunflower. Sulfur. Blech. Now I can't say the word.
Sulfur.
Thank you. Yeah, sulfur. It's something that you burn that you can find in a match.
Yeah. You burn a match. Leftover burnt is the powder.
Right. After you grind it down, though.
Dispels or prevents a hex on you. Not quite. Destroys an enemy's power over you. A belief, but I've yet to see it. Alternative for soulflower powder is also called brimstone. If people don't know what brimstone is, they've been under a rock. Sunflower energy. Well, there are some spells that help with energy. Possibly. Protection. Not quite sure on that. Power. Depending on the power. Wisdom. and wishes. Okay. Sunflower or sunflowers can be used as offerings to whatever gods, or male or female, or both, that you call to and worship. There are some spells for energy if you feel you need it. But probably wasting your time. Because there could be spell or spells that are particularly energy giving or energy taking. But one, it depends on the spell, as I said. Two, whatever book of witchcraft that you have. Protection spells for sunflower or sunflowers. There are some, but let's just say protection spells don't really work on me very well. Not in a long time. Power, again, there are spells for power if you need increased power. Or to drain someone's power. But it depends on the intent of the spell or spells. Wisdom spells? Yeah. In some way. And wishes? Possible that there are spells for wishes and to come true that you want. I've yet to see it.
I find that a little hinky.
Let's see. The sunflower is also an incense, so you can burn it. It's also in some candles you could burn. There is sunflower oil that you could burn. You just gotta order it online. Sunflower, obviously, duh, it's a plant. Because it's a flower. Trying to think. It's also in some bath stuff. In some shampoos and conditioners. As well as bath oil that gives you extra bubbles for extra whatever you're doing.
It's also used in cooking. I think this is for, sunflower oil.
Hold
I
on.
believe.
Hold on, I'm on the bath stuff. And there are some lotions you can put on you that have sunflower. That literally says sunflower on the fucking lotion bottle. I think it's also a perfume or cologne, but I'm not quite sure where you can find it unless it's online. And sunflower, it isn't food, but sunflower seeds. I've seen sunflower seeds being used in cooking. Also as a garnish, the flour. Sweet bugle.
Yeah, you're right on sunflower perfume.
Yeah,
You have to get that online, and Amazon.com has it.
that's what I said. Sweet bugle. Crush and place under the mattress to attract love. Proverbial eye roll. Love spells is only to bring family members you got a bond with back to you in more than one way. And marriage prospects. Bullshit. Flat out. Sweet pea, as in vegetable, attracts friends and allies, as well as family members, draws the loyalty and affection of others. That's more of hearsay and a belief, not quite sure how. You can eat them. They're peas. They're a vegetable. You can eat them. After you cook them. Sweet pea is in some teas, so you could drink it. Let's see, I'm trying to think. Sweet peas is also itchy. Trying to think here. There's another category for sweet pea or peas. You can oddly find it in some lotions. So you can also wear it. Sweet potato. Yuck. Don't mind potatoes, but not sweet potatoes. Get the fuck off my plate. For image magic. That's a bit of a belief. No.
A bit of a belief, but it sounds more far-fetched.
Far-fetched and more of a myth.
Folklore?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, sweet potatoes, you could fucking eat them. After you cook them anyway. Sweet potato, oddly, is in some teas. How? I have no idea. Not quite sure on that. Trying to think. Vegetable category. Hello. Sweet potatoes. It's a vegetable, so you can fucking grill it. Sweet grass.
think that's used in Hawaiian, Japanese, Chinese, and I think Asian foods. I'm not 1,000% sure on that, but I do believe it's been used for cooking.
Yeah. Sweetgrass, you can find it in some Irish dishes.
I did not know that.
Scottish dishes, but not all of them.
Yeah, I think there's like a 2% for that.
Yeah. It's 2% for Scottish. Irish cuisine, a little more of a percentage.
Yeah, that's like a tipsy seesaw.
Yeah.
You don't know what direction you go with it.
No. In Romania, sweetgrass isn't a way of delicacy.
Yes, I forgot about that.
Because sweetgrass, you cook it with chicken cutlets. I know, because I've ate them.
I forgot about that.
For peace, unity, and calling spirits. What the fuck?
Okay. I'm sorry. Calling spirits?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Easy. You call on the goddess of the underworld. Morgan.
Oh, okay, now I get it. I mean, at first I didn't get it because it just seems way far-fetched from the other far-fetched one. And now it makes sense, okay.
No, I've seen it. Believe me, both of my brothers kind of had to get taught the hard way by your father.
Oh, of course.
Me? I already knew what the fuck I was supposed to do. I stayed the fuck out the room. Not because I was afraid or anything, because I was stupid. I mean, there are peace spells and unity spells that you can use sweetgrass in, as well as an offering to whatever god, male or female, that you call upon and worship. Calling spirits? I've seen it quite a couple times. So, yeah, you can use that in an offering sense, as well as calling spirit spells. I've actually seen calling spirit spells in a couple witchcraft books. They believe sweetgrass is also a lotion, so you can wear it on your skin. Why is my phone blinking like I got some? Delete. Let's see. Hopefully my I know, my phone is not dead. 75%. It shouldn't be blinking. But yeah, I believe sweetgrass is a lotion. Or some lotions that you can wear on your skin. Trying to think. Sweetgrass is also in a is more of a grain category. And yeah, like I said, you can also eat it after you cook it. Sweetgrass is also in teas. Some teas. So you can drink it. And I believe it's also an incense you could burn, but kind of hard to find unless you go online. Tamarind. It's more of a flower, really, but kind of hard to actually find in the wild of flowers. So basically, would have to order it online. Okay, I'm getting tired of seeing these fucking herbs that are generally supposed to give love. Love spells is only used to bring family members closer to you in many ways. What does that mean? Closer bond or bonds, depending on how many relatives you have in your family. Basically, bringing a whole family together that's been apart for whatever reason. If you're a family member, basically, you have a sibling or siblings, particularly brothers. Tamarind is supposed to bring them back to you, and vice versa. Stronger bond between the brother or brothers with sister. Literally, bringing them back in person. It's supposed to do that. I've yet to see it. Tangerine promotes energy, strength, and vitality. Awakens joy. I'm not quite sure on that. And dissolves negativity. No. I know. It was tried on me. Doesn't work. You can use tangerine as offerings to whatever god, male or female, that you call upon and worship for whatever reason. If you need energy, strength, vitality, awakening joy, I've yet to see spells of that. I know there are, but I've yet to actually see it with my own eyes. Dissolving negativity. It could work, maybe for some people, but in my lifetime, it doesn't really do anything. Trust me. Tansy? Tangerine is also a candle, so you can burn it. It's an incense, so you can burn it. There are some tangerine oils you could burn, but you gotta put it on the candle wick before you could burn it. You can eat it. Hello, it's a fucking fruit. It's also in teas, so you can drink it too. As well as juice. It is also in bath items, lotions, shampoos, conditioners. There are some bath salts, as well as bath oil, if you want extra oomph, which causes bubble baths. Plant category, we all know it's a fucking fruit. Tansy, that's more of a hearsay and a belief. Promotes health, invisibility, immortality, longevity, keeps evil out of the home. Who lie on this? 'Cause I've seen people I know, Alex, one of my brothers, tried it and didn't do shit. Trying to think. Place a small amount in the shoe or add an infusion of tansy to the bath to keep the law away. Bullshit. Because I've never seen anybody use any kind of herbs to keep the law away. Never fucking heard of it. I've heard of it, but I never heard of it working. There are spells for health that tansy is needed for. I've yet to see anybody actually become invisible using tansy. Invisibility basically in my mind and from what I've seen, and by the way, something's talking in my ear. Shit, I'm trying to think. Tansy for invisibility is mainly to the person doing the spell or magic a visibility to not be touched by anything. Immortality? Well, I guess if you're talking in a soul kind of sense. Longevity, everybody knows what that is already. Keeping evil out of the home, as I said, it doesn't work. Placing a small amount in a shoe or in an infusion to the bath to keep the law away. That is a belief. How true that is, I have no idea. But I don't think it works. Pansy, you could put it, obviously, bath water. Before you get into the bathtub. Tarragon. Healing in abusive situations. Not so sure how true that is. Compassion magic for others. Again, not sure if that's legit. Used for consecrating chalices. Yeah, that I've heard of. And I've actually seen a couple friends of mine that I haven't heard from in years have actually used that to consecrate chalices, which chalices are glass, not glass, but glasses that you could drink out of. But it has to be in a certain type of way. Basically, the opening of the chalice has to be in a specific length. Tarragon is a spice, as well as an herb that you can use in cooking. Tarragon is in some teas, so you can drink it too. Using tarragon in healing in general, it can help in some situations that you need healing from. And tarragon's also an offering for, again, whatever god, male or female or both, that you call upon and you worship. The healing in abusive situations, I've yet to see that myself. I've heard people actually using tarragon healing or trying to heal abusive situations. But again, I've yet to see it. Compassion magic For others, it depends. That's all I could say on that. Let's see. Tea leaves. I'm pretty sure people know what tea leaves are. Used in talismans for courage, okay, or strength, same thing as courage. Used as a base for lust drinks. Nope. Burn leaves to ensure future riches. That's more of a belief as well as a superstition. That's just my belief on that. Burning tea leaves to ensure future riches. Maybe some cultures believe in that. Let's see. Tea leaves, we know they're tea. So obviously, you can drink it. You could burn the tea leaves, obviously. But I don't know if you can like the smell afterwards. Tea tree.
If it smells worse than a garbage dump, I will never go near it.
Tea tree. Eliminating confusion. More of a belief. And increasing harmony. Maybe possible. I mean, there are spells for harmony. Let's see. Kinda. That's really all tea tree really does. I haven't seen anything else really for tea tree. Thistle promotes healing, depending on the healing you're trying to do. Protection. Maybe in some situations. Use in satchels or amulets to aid in speedy recovery from surgery or illness. That's a belief. Hang in the home to ward off thieves and unwanted visitors. Warding off thieves with thistle is more of a belief as well as a superstition. Because I'm pretty sure if you hang a thing of thistle in your house, it's not gonna keep thieves out. Ward off unwanted visitors. It just doesn't work. Thyme, or thyme, spice thyme, attracts loyalty. Yeah. Affection, depending. And the good opinion of others. That's more of hearsay. Wear a sprig to ward off unbearable grief. Yeah, it doesn't really work. Or provide strength, and courage when needed. More of a belief in superstition. Burn or hang in the home for banishing. It don't work. Purification, depending. Aim to attract good health for all occupants. That is a belief in some cultures. Yeah, sirens are going off. No, I haven't done nothing. And now I think about it. Using cleansing baths prior to working candle magic. Well, yeah, I have heard of that, and I have used it. But you have to actually get the herb itself from the produce section. In order to do a cleansing bath prior to using candle magic. Use the dream pillows. Basically, you make a pillow specifically for you to put thyme in, basically the herb, to ward off nightmares. It doesn't work. Me, I get vivid dreams, and half the time they're worse than nightmares, and ensure restful sleep. Maybe in some situations. Add a thyme infusion to the bath regularly to ensure a constant flow of money. That's more of a belief and a superstition. If it works for some people, more power to you. Place in a jar and keep in the home or at work for good luck. Time attracting loyalty and affection, there are spells for. You just gotta find it. And it depends what book of witchcraft you use. You wearing a sprig to ward off unbearable grief? I've personally never seen that work. Burning it or hanging it in the house or banishing anything that's negative, I've yet to see it. I think it was used on me a couple of times. It didn't work. I know. My brothers tried it. Didn't work. Purification spells, they are in some witchcraft books. Again, you gotta find the right book that you need. Attract good health spells? Yeah, there are some of those. Basically, you find a health spell, and if your intention is good, it can work, as well as attract. Cleansing baths with thyme in them before you work with candles for magic. I've actually seen, as well as I've heard of, Making a dream pillow and put it inside it to ward off nightmares. Again, I get vivid dreams that are worse than nightmares. And it doesn't do anything. And ensure restful sleep. Yeah, if you're a heavy sleeper, or if you want to be a heavy sleeper, using time infusion in the bath regularly to ensure flow of money constantly. Again, that's superstition as well as a belief in some cultures.
In other words, it's basically a 50-50.
Yeah.
Okay. I just hate to see how animals will react to the smell. Because as you were explaining it, and my head just came up with so many different stuff. It's like, oh, one, does it actually work for people that have animals? And will the animals stay away from it because of the smell? Two, if it doesn't work on a person or persons,
Nah.
I'm afraid to see what the animals would do to the pillow.
And put the pillow up on a shelf or something. Thyme. Hello. It is an herb you can get in the produce section. It is a cooking spice, so you can eat it and cook with it. Thyme is also in some teas, so you can drink it too. And what I'm saying, use for cleansing baths or in a bath regularly, you use the leaves from the herb. Not the powder thyme spice.
No.
The alternative.
No, hold on. You said tea, right?
Yeah.
I think the last time I ever saw that was like in '86. After that, I don't think nobody sells that stuff anymore.
No, because people, they just make their tea normally. Then they just put the thyme in it.
Oh, so they went the second round.
Yeah.
So instead of like back in '86, where stores would sell thyme tea,
Yeah.
and now it like vanished off the face of the planet. They can go the other route if they want thyme, just by sprinkling it into the tea.
Yeah.
Ah,
Smart.
The alternative, if you can't find regular thyme, not sure why you can't find thyme. Garden thyme and common thyme makes no sense. They're one of them. Toad flax? I haven't heard that one in a long time.
it's Affleck's cousin.
For protection, possibly, depending on the protection spell you need. And hex breaking doesn't work. I know from experience. Toadstool. And I ain't talking the fucking princess from Mario Brothers cartoons.
Or the character Toad.
Yep.
Last name is Stool.
For rain magic. That's more of a belief in some cultures as well as a superstition. Some cultures.
Just like Indian rain dance.
Yeah.
When they want rain, they do an Indian rain dance. So it's
Yeah.
basically the same in a certain direction, but not the same in the backwards direction, right?
Right.
Okay. I just want to make it clear to myself.
Okay. I'm gonna take a break. I need a fucking cigarette. And I'm gonna be in need of refills pretty soon.
Yep.
I'm gonna top my drink off right now.
All right. I'll pop you out. And
It's me! Let's see. Should I read a story from my email?
or should I do this one, which is the Amish Ghost Bridge of Pinecraft, Florida, which seems kind of interesting to me. Let me put it over here on my other screen. The old story about this bridge goes that a Dutch boy named Amos fell in love with an English girl named Ingrid. A beautiful name. They had to keep their love secret from their disapproving parents. Yeah, and how many parents are like that today? One too many to count, of course. One night, the girl went to meet the boy underneath the Philippine Creek Railroad Bridge, but she slipped into the mud before he arrived. Uh-oh. She removed her soiled clothes and tossed them into the water because she was afraid of her parents would find them.
You can put me back up.
Okay, hold on. There you are.
Instead of waiting for the boy, she went home to put on different clothes with intentions to return. The boy arrived and saw her clothes washed against the river bank and believed that she had drowned. Uh-oh. He was so devastated that he threw himself off the side of the bridge and died. What a bad way to go. The happy girl returned to the bridge in a fresh outfit, anticipating meeting up with the boy she loved. She saw his body and noticed her discarded clothes nearby. His death was her fault. Consumed by... Huh?
Sounds familiar.
Consumed by sadness and guilt, Ingrid jumped from the bridge herself and lost her life in the same hour as her sweet Amos. The two lovers lay dead on opposite sides of the river, and their ghosts would be trapped there forever. The two lovers now haunt the bridge and grab people trying to cross, causing them to fall into the creek and drown. Some people believe this story is true, and others believe it was made up by the railroad workers to keep kids away from the bridge. Yeah. Go figure that one.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Rage, stupid
my cigarette.
Let's see. What else is there? A haunted bridge in Danville, Indianapolis? Or is that Indiana? You freaking go away! Hey, ass. Go away, I don't care about the Matrix movie that already came out. It's stupid as it is. Yeah, it is Indiana. Okay. I got this.
Back in the early 1800s, Danville, Indiana had officially become a town. The first, in fact, of Hendricks County. Young couples were drawn to this up-and-coming suburban town. In fact, there is a certain couple that lurk the streets of Danville to this day. Ooh, that's going to be more interesting stories to find out. The husband, who was a construction worker, and his young bride were in their early 20s. She was a housewife and cared for their newborn baby at home. The couple had happy and the couple was happy, and the young mother was frequently seen cheerfully doing chores or running errands about town while carrying her young baby on her hip. She must have had a sore hip afterwards. One day the man went to work, as usual, building an overpass bridge for trains that crossed above a busy road. His wife was able to complete her chores early that day and decided to surprise her husband by bringing a freshly prepared lunch for them to share at the construction site. Once she arrived, she was met with the most horrible news. Uh-oh. She could barely breathe as his co-workers described the accident that he had occurred moments before she got to the bridge. Double uh-oh. I gotta get these up for a little bit. My ears just start hurting. While putting the final bolt into the last of the tracks, a locomotive unexpectedly came barreling towards the bridge. Now, you would figure if a bridge is being built by construction workers, shouldn't that area be non-accessible to trains and locomotives?
Yeah.
Last time I knew, they usually shut down a certain area where trains and locomotives can't go through. As the warning whistle blew, valuable tools were left behind as crewmen hastily abandoned their post and ran for safety. Wouldn't blame them. The man with the tools might derail the train, causing a major catastrophic. So he rushed back and forth and tried to gather what he could. His heroic effort was curtailed when he stumbled and fell in the path of the steam engine. Recovering too late, the young father had barely looked up to see the baffled conductor's face before 1,000 pounds of rushing steel crushed him to death. Ouch. His loving wife was so upset and broken that she wandered over to the bridge, and with her baby in her arms, she jumped. Some say that when you drive under the bridge, you can hear a baby crying, and you may even see a figure of a woman holding something in the shadows. No matter what, you should never walk the tracks on May 15th past noontime. If you do, local residents say you will be overcome with an overwhelming feeling of loss and feel compelled to jump. And they actually have a picture here of the spirit of the female. The only thing is you really can't see the picture of the baby, like it said in the story. Ooh, boy. Let's see, what else we got? More ads. Of course, go away. Well, there's other stuff we've already done in the past. So for a couple of new ones that were added. That's it for that garbage. Everything else is what we've done in the past already. So, that's the end of that one. So, couple more ads. Let's see, a category of ghost stories here. And one of them is, I guess from Japan or something.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I can't pronounce the freaking name of it, but the rest of it says 8 feet tall. And the picture has a toilet in it. Okay, let's see if we can get that. Yes, we can. Way used to that. I don't care about the Matrix that came on just for a second. 8 feet tall, also known as, I'm going to have to spell this out for you guys. HACHISHAKUSAMA is a Japanese urban legend about a young girl named Hanako haunting school laboratories, in other words, bathrooms. During World War II, she committed suicide during an air raid. Hanako-san, according to various versions of the story, killed herself in a school restroom after being tormented and despised by her classmates. Just like as what's going on in schools today. If you find yourself chased by an 8-foot-tall woman while visiting Japan, be wary. She was tall and skinny as a strip of paper in real life. She wears a robe that is either white or blue in color. Well, there's a toss-up for you. Children have been known to compete with their classmates to summon Hanako-san. When youngsters are alone, she will abruptly approach them and make a R-E-P-E-T-I-T-I-V-E, words are hard, sound with her deep voice over and over. If you look into her eyes, you will very certainly die within 3 days. That's creepy. And an 8 feet tall person. Holy crap. Let's see. What do we have here? A bunch of other ones. I already did that story. Done that one before. Ooh. Nope. Did that one too. Okay, I remember that story. A while back in another episode. Can't do that one. Nope, can't do that. The rest of these stories we've already done. So that's all that mess. Other than that, I have no other stories to tell for now, unless people want to hear me talk about Ghostbusters again. But probably not. Probably just put these all up on the website, which I'm still working on a news page website for our site and everything. It is taking me time. The coding is being jumbled, and some of them work, some of them doesn't work, but I'm trying my best to get it out. Get it done, so I can add it to that website right there. Yes, it's still up and running. I'm still adding more stuff to it, so it's coming along slowly but surely. I will have the new page up probably in the next couple of months. Due to the fact I have to put on some old stories that we've already read, and I still have some around in the studio. Forgot where I put them. And everything, and then it'll be all up and done. Plus what I have in the laptop to also add to the site, which will be coming soon. So that's about that. Let's see. On New Year's Eve, Betty White passed away at the age of 99. And it's going all over the internet like crazy. I think that's about it for stuff. Unless I got another one here, which I don't remember. I did see something. Where is it? If it's still, hopefully still up here. Try to find it. Okay. Question: How many guys remember the episode of Ghost Adventures?
Which one?
Investigating a famous place. In California, I think it was. No, I'm sorry, L.A.
Oh, there's quite a couple. That hotel that supposedly has demonic stuff going on.
Nope, not that one.
The hotel where Lisa Lamb.
Nope. It's not a hotel. It's a famous hangout where everybody went. We actually watched the whole thing, how they were doing it. And Zach tried to play guitar, but he sucked at it.
Oh, that bar.
The Viper Room. Or the infamous Viper Room. Well, they have 24 rare photos of celebrities inside LA's infamous Viper Room. And some of you may know, some of you may not know the names. The Viper Room opened on the Sunset Strip in West Hollywood in 1993. Johnny Depp, poor excuse for actor,
Blacklisted from Hollywood.
was one of the owners. He would give up his say in 2004. The music venue quickly became a gathering spot for the cool kids in Hollywood and gained notoriety when, on Halloween night in 1993, River Phoenix overdosed on drugs and died at the age of 23. That did not hurt the club's popularity, however. Shocking. Stars of the time continued to turn up, including Leonardo DiCaprio, Jennifer Aniston, and Keanu Reeves. Adam Duritz, the lead singer of Counting Crows, bartended at the Viper Room while his band was putting out hit singles. During the 90s and early 2000s, it was one of those places with an outsized reputation. It was also relatively free of photographers. However, some photos were taken throughout that period, and they offer a glimpse into a wild world. The Comedy Club? Which comedy club? Is there a comedy club out there that's haunted that we haven't heard of yet?
Comedy Store.
Moderator said the Comedy Club. If that place is
What do you
haunted,
think
I'd
the
like
Comedy
to
Store is?
I'd like to see the story on that one. Let's see, next.
The Comedy Store in LA, California, is a bar.
Yeah, but I never heard of being haunted, though.
Oh, it's haunted.
That's the thing. I would love to read that story.
Zach Bagans and them did a episode on it. We just don't have the season.
Let's see. Duff McKagan, Steve Jones, and Iggy Pop performing with neurotic outsiders on September 25th, 1995. Jennifer Aniston and a friend arrived at the grand reopening of the Viper Room on January 9th, 1999. Keanu Reeves arrived at the Viper Room where he is to perform with his band Dogstar on May 21st, 1997. I did not know he was a singer. Or had a band named Dogstar. Sounds like a name that came out of the doghouse. Johnny Depp interviews Hunter S. Thompson, the Viper Room in Los Angeles, California on September 7th, 1996. Good, what I can't say this woman's name. But this woman attended a performance by the Cult at the Viper Room in Los Angeles on February 26, 2000. Next,
Slash and Danny Saber played guitar at the Viper Room for the Jim Dunlop party in Los Angeles, California in 1999. Quentin Tarantino, a musician John OSZA JCA posed for a portrait at the Viper Room in Los Angeles, California on March 2nd, 2000. Another woman's name I cannot pronounce. Hugs Keanu Reeves outside the Viper Room after his performance with his band Dogstar on December 18th, 1997. Michael Hutchinson of Annex and guitarist Stevie Sells posed for a portrait at the Nickelback concert at the Viper Room on November 5th, 1997. If I messed up the dude's last name, I'm sorry. Just most of these people I've never heard of. Pamela Anderson at the Viper Room in West Hollywood on September 13th, 2000. She must have had a day off from Baywatch. Paris Hilton and Nicole Lintz at the Viper Room in Hollywood, March 12th, 2003. Steven Tyler and Mark Hudson leave the Viper Room on April 30th, 2002. Juliette Lewis performing with her band Juliette and the Glicks at the Viper Room, August 14th, 2003. More commercials. Former Family Ties star Tina Yothers at the Viper Room with one of her bandmates on April 9th, 1998. Concrete Blonde in concert at the Viper Room in Hollywood, California on October 13th, 1993. Most of these people, like I said, I've never even heard of. Some have. Brandon Williams and Simon Rex during PlayStation 2 presents The Streets at the Viper Room on March 12th, 2003. I wonder how he got that deal. Stephen Baldwin at the Viper Room for AIDS benefit on April 9th, 1994. Another loser. Stephen Jones and Iggy Pop performing with the Neurotic Outsiders, December 26th, 1995, so they went back twice. Hole and Courtney Love during Hole in Concert to benefit the Center for Living at the Viper Room in Los Angeles on January 9th, 1999. What was that joke that Carlos Mencia said about her on his comedy? I can't remember.
Who?
Carlos Mencia.
Yeah?
I forgot the joke that he did about Courtney Love. He did it on one of his comedy DVDs, and I forgot what the hell he said.
I don't think it was Courtney Love. I think it was Ashley Simpson.
Well, her too, but...
Or Average Bean.
You did that one too. Something about facelift.
Oh.
Scott W. I can't say his last name, and a guest attending holy concert to benefit the Center for Living, January 9th, 1999. And I swear, the woman that he has his arm around almost looks like Angelina Jolie. But not even close. Just the eyes do. The exterior of the Viper Room the morning after the death of actor River Phoenix on November 1st, 1993. Yeah. It looks like it has no windows whatsoever. Well, at least you don't have to worry about cleaning outside the damn thing. Allen Ginsberg performing at the Viper Room during a poetry fair, September 1st, 1994. Poetry fair, really? Poetry fair? I didn't even know there was such a thing. I gotta look that up. Mr. Jack Black himself and Kyle Gass performed as Tenacious D at the Viper Room on May 4th, 1997. Let's see. Nickelback concert again, November 5th, 1997. And that is it for that mess. Excuse me. Now I got the hiccups. Oh my goodness. Let's see, what else was there? No, there was another one. James Bond Aston Martin DB5 was reported missing and now is reportedly found. I find that one a little hard to swallow. But yet, I'm not much of a James Bond fan of the franchise. I don't know about you.
Not after Sean Connery got fired.
Yeah, and passed away, which now is Sir Sean Connery. Where is that other goofy story I saw? It's gotta be here somewhere. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find it, guys. I'm gonna have to find that story. I should have saved it. Or maybe I did, I don't remember. Nope, not there. Crunkies. I can't find it now. No, let's talk about Batman again. The Flash deal, another blow to AMC and Sidmark. The movie hasn't even come out yet and already getting backlashed. Where is that story? I should have saved it when I had a chance. Damn. Looks like a cool story too. Well, I want to turn it back over to Paralore and she's going to talk some more about herbs and everything. And I'm going to try to find that goofy story that was interesting to me, if I can.
Well, first, people are wondering why I said what I said about being so fucking tired. I'm going to explain it because I believe I did it a couple times, but people really want to fucking know. One, I was legally adopted when I was 3. Not sure why, never had a fucking reason. Except the only thing I got was my biological mother was pregnant with me, had a jealousy hormone, severe jealousy hormone, because every time my biological father went to work, trust me, he had quite a few businesses. He was a little well off. And there were females that worked with him, as well as for him. And she accused my biological father for cheating on her. Before she knew she was even pregnant with me. And when she found out she was pregnant with me 2 months, she told my father, and he was showering her with everything, including stuff for me, due to the fact I'd have been freaking his only daughter. And he left for like a month and a half for business in New York. And she again thought he was cheating on her. And she said that she was giving up the baby if he wants to just cheat on her. One, he thought she was joking. She was just pissed. Because of hormones, and he was in New York for like a month and a half. With business associates as well as investors. And when he got back, she said it again, and the way he put it, if she did, then there was going to be a serious problem. And my father's sister, his twin sister, found out over about 7 months. 7 months, which was a bit early. Because at 7 months, October in 81, she was supposed to give birth to me sometime in December that year. But instead, on October 5th, 1981, that I was breached. They had to do an emergency C-section on her. After they got me out of her, she checked and double-checked to make sure I was healthy. And she was so... Well, they had to put her under for a couple of hours. Because where I was breached, it was difficult for them. And exactly at midnight, when there was a full moon, and I don't mean a full moon ass, I mean full moon in the fucking sky. was blood red. She, of course, she wasn't religious, but a couple of people in her family was. And still, to get back at my dad for something that he really wasn't doing. Gave me up for adoption after a couple of years. When I turned 3, one of her relatives, I can't remember who, I was 3 years old. I was doing the proverbial terror freeze. Not because I was spoiled, but because I preferred my dad. And whoever it was in her family was over visiting and saw my terror-free tirade and automatically said to my mother, yeah, she's a devil's child, and she has red hair. I mean, my father, he had like dark brown, almost black hair. His sister had red hair. Which, hello, guess who in my family I got stuck with for hair? My aunt. My mother, she did have red hair, but hers was more of a strawberry blonde for red. Legitimately gave me up for adoption. And I'm trying to think. I got adopted by my stepfather and stepmother. Never had a problem with her. No, I didn't like my stepfather very much. My stepmother, legal mother by adoption, she knew I was far different from everybody else. And unfortunately, I had to deal with fucking CCD class. And of course Sunday school, because I was too young. I was like 3.5 with my stepmother, legal mother by adoption. Couldn't have me in with them when they were in church, because at the time kids weren't allowed. Any kid under the age of 6. I was 4 years old. Shockingly, I was picked on. What kid wasn't? And even fucking clergy, for some reason, literally thought, if people are wondering what clergy means, freaking priests, thought I was literally the devil's child. It started treating me like shit. My stepmother, mother by legal adoption, found out about it because she was picking me up and overheard one of the priests saying it. And even though, well, she wasn't religious, but even she knew that wasn't right. Went off on the priest. I thought for a second she was gonna freaking hit him. My stepdad, father by legal adoption, he had a problem with me because I, at a young age, according to him, was a little too overreactive. Because I even started seeing literally spirits, good and bad, mention that to a priest who happened to be female, or considered reverend, or minister, one of the two. And next thing I know, I'm on my back because she hit me. Saying I was born with the mark of the devil. If I can see the dead at a young age, 3. Again, my stepmother, legal mother by adoption, overheard her say that to me and saw me on the freaking ground trying to get back up. And she knocked her on her ass, took me out of there, and said she wasn't bringing me back. My stepdad, father by legal adoption, had a problem with her doing that. But she overruled him. And for good reason. She was half Native American. Half Cherokee. Half Blackfoot. And half Navajo. But I remember her telling me one time that people who don't understand are going to judge anybody that's different from them, especially kids. And obviously, I was born for something, and with something. I started having vivid dreams, not so vivid, but vivid enough, where I was seeing 2 younger boys around my birth mother and birth father. I went to my stepmother about it. She pulled me aside and said, "Those are your brothers." Wait, I have biological brothers? Why the fuck was I given up? I could have grown up with them. She goes, "Somebody in your birth mother's family was literally over religious when it came to certain kids. I know she started getting sick, and of course, that's when the fucking mental abuse from my stepfather came in. She was always in and out of the freaking hospital, whether it was Bay State, fucking Mercy Hospital, where she used to work as a nurse, to all the way to fucking Ludlow. she was doing better. And when she was at Ludlow, once before she died, my stepdad, out of nowhere in the freaking elevator, with two other people that were going to see their own relatives, saw my stepdad, one, mentally abusing me, and saw him hit me. They looked at him, gave him the dirtiest looks, and said, you know, you could go to jail for that. And asked him if he knew me. He said, yeah, that's my daughter by legal adoption. And it was funny because it was a guy in his late 30s, told my stepdad, which I remember because it was fucking funny, people like you shouldn't even be allowed to have kids. Whether you fuck somebody to get a kid or you adopt one, you shouldn't have been allowed. My stepmother found out because the person that was in his late 30s also worked at the hospital in Ludlow. Found out about it, cussed my stepdad out, and said, you know, if I had known you were going to be the biggest dick on this planet when it came to certain kids, who, mind you, Lori is not your real kid. Nor is she my kid, legally. We're her parents, but you're not her biological father. Nor am I her biological mother. She sat me down and asked one of the nurses that was in charge of taking care of her to go down to... It was weird. They had fucking McDonald's in the lobby. And fucking Pizza Hut. Of course, back then, Pizza Hut was actually enjoyable to eat. And to get me, like literally, a medium-sized fucking pizza, double cheese, hamburger. She won't eat anything else on pizza. The nurse comes back, find out that the doctor that was in the elevator called the state on him. And they said to my stepdad, understandable, you were trying to discipline her, but mentally abusing a kid and physically hitting them is considered abuse. I have to do investigation, but if you do it again, you're losing custody. And I'll find her biological father and see what you do then. Because from what I heard, her biological father is not a weak son of a bitch. About 3 days later, my stepmother died about 6 in the morning. I kind of knew, because I kind of saw her in my bedroom. And found out after the funeral that my stepmother made a will that my stepdad didn't know about. When I turned 23, I was to get the money she left me. Which technically, the money she left me was a good 30 grand. And for my stepfather not to have any custody and to find my biological father. And he didn't know about it. My stepdad didn't know about it until he got the letter in the mail. When I was about 11 and a half. And I was out on the porch with a couple of my friends. I started dressing in darker colors. Shocking. And I didn't start dyeing my hair yet. But that was going to end up coming later. My stepdad, shocking, he was drinking piss beer when he got the letter. He was drunk, came out on the front porch, and literally in front of my friends and one of their parents that was picking one of them up, saw him literally backhand me, knocking me over the fucking railing. I didn't cry or anything. I got back up and I said, do it again. I want to fuck you up right now. Nobody hits me. Not anymore. Come to find out, they called the cops. The cops found out he did have he did have a case open before, but they closed it. Simply probably because out of respect, because his wife died. And legitimately said, and had the fucking paperwork to prove it, because they got the judge to sign off on it at the last minute. And the case manager he had, her supervisor's boss, showed up at my stepdad's house and literally took me out of the house. They had me sit in the fucking lobby, and I was already irritated. And no less than 4 minutes later, my biological dad showed up, signed paperwork, literally taking full custody. And, of course, he took me shopping, saying I don't have to wear anything from my stepdad's house. He was buying me new shit. Even bought me a new bed, which to me looked like something out of freaking medieval Renaissance. And he said to me, my biological dad, once we got on his porch, you get to meet your brothers. And one of them already knows who you are, even though he hasn't seen you yet. I went, so everybody on your side of the family are witches. Just out of the blue. He goes, something like that. We were all born with it. I walk into the living room. One of my biological brothers, Richie, sees me and damn near knocks me over. Our dad had to tell him, she just came in the door, don't break her ribs already. And Alex came in. My other biological brother find out they're fucking identical twins. And I instantly knew which one was different from the other, just by certain characteristics. The three of us did get closer in a bond type of way. And 3 months later, they're both fighting over who was more closer to me. At first, I thought they were just fucking with each other. Find out years later they weren't fucking around. I turned 15, and I've already met my birth mother when I was 13. My dad decided to let her back into the house. She starts spending some time with me. Apologized, said she was kind of stupid. And she started buying me a lot of stuff. Designer clothes, matching jewelry, real matching jewelry. I actually found out I liked silver and white gold better than yellow gold. But she still bought it. Started paying, I don't know, like hundreds of dollars for literally all in one spa. For massages, my nails, my hair. One of the times, both my brother Richie and our brother Alex hated. One of the times I came back, they both knew my hair was so fucked up. Then I find out, after kind of in a way making my brother Alex cry, playing Super Nintendo with him. I think it was Super Mario 3. Because I was taking all of his stuff that he got per level. And my biological mother walks in the front door into the living room with who I call shit. First time I ever met the guy, and I just had a bad vibe from him. My brothers looked at him and said, we don't like you. And my mother, our mother, tried to ground both of them for being judging of a guest that she brought home. And But the funny thing is, our biological mother couldn't tell the two of them apart. She couldn't tell Richie apart. She couldn't tell Alex apart. which I found funny. And she turned around and said, okay, what? Start saying okay, but Alex automatically said, with Richie at the same time, literally in stereo, at the same tone, we don't like this fucker. He comes near her, I'm gonna kill him. And the funny thing is, I just turned 14 then, and my brothers turned 12. And I just look at both of them like, are you fucking serious? Or you just want to beat the shit out of them? And my mother decides to literally try to fib to them saying, oh, I got your favorite food on the kitchen table. They go into the kitchen, she locks the door behind them. And she said, this is Erich. I went, good for you. Why the fuck am I looking at him? She goes, well, he's kind of new to the area. I went, yeah. My sense, he's been here longer than just recently. She's like, well, yeah, he's been around since he was born. But, you don't have a boyfriend yet. I'm not clicked with it, with what she was saying. I went, oh, hell no. And she goes, just go on a blind date with him. He's brought up properly. Yeah. And I'm Vlad Tepesh's ancestor. Which, kind of find out he was. She and him leave. Didn't see him for a couple of weeks. I go to a Halloween party. And my brothers was with me. They had some friends of theirs there too. They were around their friends, but they kept freaking eyes daggers on me. Shithead shows up, notices me, starts trying to get me to dance with him. I went, how about you dance with my foot? He goes, what's this dance called? I said, broken nuts and a broken dick. And my brothers noticed the way I tensed and who was causing me to get that way. Them two with 10 people, 5 of their friends, and 5 of my friends all made a wall around me. While my brothers stayed in the wall with me. So Shithead sees he's outnumbered, decides to leave after giving me like this weird look. go back home with my brothers, go to bed, because I was fucking tired, and my feet were killing me. Was sleeping, I don't know, for like about a half hour, and wake up feeling someone touch me. I thought it was a fucking spirit, because I woke up and I was like, can you please shut the fuck up? You can talk to me in the morning. I heard shithead kind of laugh a little bit. Noticed he was in my room. And, decides to jump on me. I'm pretty sure people could figure out what he did. About not even, I heard like literally pounding on my bedroom door, and my brother's talking to me, and they both broke the door down. How, I don't know. Because at the time, they were kind of scrawny. Well, they weren't scrawny, but you know, a little scrawny. Literally break my bedroom door off the hinges. Run in, they see what he's doing. And he notices them, he gets off, and they both start beating the shit out of him. Alex chased him through the house after picking up a baseball bat, and my brother Richie stayed with me. My father, our father, comes home and finds out about it. Even found out my biological mother tried to set me up with the fucker, and he kicked her out of the house and divorced her within 60 days. He had him arrested, and somehow he got out when I was about 16 and a half, turning 17. And I'm on my front lawn, wrestling with both of them, like roughhousing type of wrestling. And we both hear like car tires screeching, so we thought it was our dad having a bad day from work. And I see, as quick as they did, shithead come out of the car, kind of like grinning, but more like a smirk, that he had just got out. And they got me back in the house, and they kicked his ass again, which was quite the show. He gets arrested again, but got back out again. Then about 4 days later, my brother Alex literally went after him one night. Come to find out he was actually going to kill him. And he gets arrested. And our brother Richie, his twin brother, waited about a couple of weeks and went at him, shithead, by himself. There was nobody around, so shithead couldn't freaking tell anybody. Didn't see him after that. And I thought she actually killed him. I went, you didn't kill the guy, did you? He goes, no, almost did. What stopped you? Let's just say people were starting to show up. I went, you waited till you didn't have anybody around him. He goes, yeah. I'm like, Alex, our brother, I waited. And, my mother somehow charmed way back with my dad and told me again I need to get with shithead. And I said, are you high? And she hits me and kicks me out of the house. My father, shockingly, away on business, didn't know anything about it. At that time, I didn't have a boyfriend. Turned out to be my first husband. Who turned out to be a fucking drug addict. And a drunk. He didn't show that at the time. I had my first son, Davey, and me and his father, we started fighting a lot more, arguing. And I caught him cheating on me one night. And I said, you know what? Get the fuck out of my house. We're done. He goes, I pay the fucking rent in this house. I went, no the fuck you don't. For the past 3 fucking months, you've been sitting on your fat ass. Get out. And, he goes, I ain't moving. Nobody's making me move. I went, really? Hold that thought. Go to my phone and guess who I call? My brothers. One was in college. The other one went and got certified from something. And I didn't even know he had kids of his own. Alex. It told both of them what was going on. And out of their mouth, in stereo, oh really? The fucker doesn't want to leave. About 30 minutes later, my now ex-husband, sitting on his fat ass, not moving, and acting like he's asleep. My brothers walked over to him after saying, where is he? On my couch. He's acting like he's asleep. And, which was funny, because Paramount can vouch for this. Because he was my first landlord's maintenance guy. Walks through the back door and sees my brothers, Richie and Alex, lift his ass off the couch. Simply by flipping it. He jumps up saying, who the fuck are you two? And both of them don't really remember which one grabbed him first. Literally said to him, let us show you who the fuck we are. Drag his fat ass out of the house and beat the shit out of him in the backyard. Chase him and beat the shit out of him in front of the building. And now he just filed for divorce. About 5 days later. Of course, the divorce that I had to deal with, I had to be legally separated from him for, I believe, about 6 months before my divorce was final. And I went, I have to fucking stay married to this son of a bitch for 6 fucking more months? He's already got the fucking state thanks to him. And I had just got certified as the head bookkeeper, a bookkeeper that I started working at a hotel as the head bookkeeper for that hotel and my boss. It was actually pretty cool. And I was working nights, bartending. And one of my bosses that I bartended for paid for me to be certified, so I didn't have to pay anything. About 6 months later, I finally get fucking divorced. Literally fucking, for a whole 12 hours straight, I was having a fucking party. And, my oldest son was 2.5, turning 3. And the caseworker I got stuck with gave me papers that showed she was closing the case because his fat ass wasn't around anymore. And I just had this feeling. I went, don't you think you should get a restraining order on just in case? And she goes, oh, you're not going to need one. You're divorced. I went, yeah, I know. And my first husband shows up at my front door, drunk off his ass, and I mean drunk. Didn't look like he showered in like a month. He was that dirty. And stoned out of his mind. He had, obviously, weed in his system, angel dust, crack cocaine that he smoked, snorted, injected, and apparently ate it. Plus PCP. And his eyes were fucking bloodshot. I wasn't sure if he was fucking just... It was a combination of all of it, or if he was possessed. I didn't know, nor did I care. And prior to that, my brothers got me a baseball bat from Spencer's that literally had the word bitch beater on it. And I told my caseworker, take my son out the back door. Tell the maintenance guy, who I'm friends with, to get a hold of the cops and get my brothers. In case this gets a little out of hand. She does that, and I had a front door that was literally made out of metal with a metal screen. And my ex-husband, recently ex-husband, breaks through the door and attacks me, even though I was fighting back with him. And he did damage to me physically, and decides to literally choke me out just so he could get laid. And just as he finished doing that, my brothers went through the front door. They automatically knew what happened. And literally chased him out of my apartment, up and down the street, to kill him. That's how I got pregnant with my second son. Pressed charges on my ex-husband. The rape charge got thrown out somehow and was just labeled sexual assault. And I said, if sexual assault can get somebody pregnant by force, is a new one for me. He did get arrested and was in prison for almost like 2 years. Come to find out, he figured out how to cheat the system. It shocked me. I came home from work and saw a letter on my front door in his handwriting saying, I'm out of prison. Here's my number. I want to work things out. I start laughing. I called my brothers. One of them wasn't home, but the other one was. And said, that son of a bitch is not going anywhere near you. He goes, he could tell I was nervous and having an anxiety attack. He showed up at my apartment, somehow figured out how to get my anxiety down. He starts cracking jokes. When my second son just turned 1, I was at work one day. They were at daycare. And I had this feeling. And I told my boss, he goes, go call the daycare center where your kids are at, just to make sure they're okay. Which I did. And I get told the coordinator and the person who ran the fucking place allowed my ex-husband, their father, who had no custody whatsoever, and wasn't any of the people I wrote down that had the right to take my son out and get them home. Paramount was one of them. I was friends with him. Still. and my brothers, as well as our father. And the coordinator and the person that ran the center said, we didn't know anything about that. I left work wearing heels. I run. How I didn't break my ankle, I have no idea. Get to the daycare, and my case manager, who currently had a side job, my old case manager, caseworker actually, was a caseworker of another family that had a kid that went to the same place. Overhears my voice after I ran. Where the fuck do you get the right to just let anybody just walk in and take a couple of kids that has no right to take them out of the fucking center? And they just gave me the look like, well, he gave a convincing story that he was their father, and he had shared custody with you. He had no custody. The fat son of a bitch is supposed to pay me child support, which I yet to get. Because his fat ass just spends his money getting high and drunk. And my old caseworker even chewed them out. And she was able to find out where he took my kids to where he was staying with a couple of friends of his. Her and the cops break their door down, his friend's door down, because they heard my ex-husband laughing and talking about it, and hearing my kids fucking screaming. I found out they broke the door through, and my oldest son had a broken arm, which he did not have that morning, or that afternoon, before his fat ass showed up. A broken eye socket. My youngest son somehow, which the cops saw my ex-husband, her father, throw him. How he didn't fucking kill him, I don't know. And said we'd have to put him in protective custody for right now till we can figure something out. Obviously, I lost it. Didn't trash my first house, just trash my furniture. Told my boss what was going on. He gave me some time off, which he was leaving for vacation the next day. And then he was leaving his associate in charge for 2 weeks. Bad mistake. And big mistake. And my landlord walks through the front door, who wasn't my landlord, it was somebody else, said they just bought the building. And they understand what I was dealing with, but they didn't want to live in there anymore. had papers through it, had become homeless. My brothers didn't know anything about it at first. And I lost my job all in a matter of 24 fucking hours. Literally losing everything that I actually busted my ass to get. Mike runs in, Mike runs into my brother Richie and said, my brother Richie was looking for me, and he said, "You're not gonna like this, Richie, but your sister's homeless. That's why you can't get hold of her. She lost everything." Told him about the kids, and out of his mouth, he goes, "Where is she?" He goes, "I have no idea. I'm at a co-ed shelter, waiting outside. To get in." Mike was homeless too again. And I hear my brother Richie's voice, like literally cussing out people that worked there, asking where the fuck I was. And that time, I started showing signs of bipolar 1 and bipolar 2. And even though I was standing, I wasn't looking at anybody, just having a fucking cigarette that I had to get from somebody. Trying to think. I end up feeling my brother Richie kind of come from behind and hold on to me. And I didn't remember moving or anything, but apparently I collapsed. I didn't know I collapsed. He told me when I woke up. And he was more worried about me than going after and killing my ex-husband off the bat. He noticed I had a certain look in my eye. He waited a week and then told a brother, Alex. Alex was at work and told him, okay, where are you guys? He goes, we're at what's called the soup kitchen. I don't have to be around here in this situation, but I'm not letting him be by herself. Our brother Alex, after like about a half hour, shows up in a Dodge Ram, black, brand new, off the lot, brand new, with silver chrome wheels, black wheels, but silver chrome. What are those fucking things called? Hubcaps?
Yes.
Okay. speeding into the parking lot, doing a full 180 and just parking in it. He got out of the truck, and he did the same thing that Richie did. Just hold on to me. And said, "You're coming with me. I'm transitioning to be moving. The only problem, you would probably have to be homeless for like about another month or two. Until my house I'm moving into is fully finished and ready." I said, I don't remember what the fuck I said. I know I said something that was not English. And Alex told me he had just bought a house down in Florida, which I call the Lower East Side of Hell. But not in Orlando, not in Miami, but what I call West Hill Beach. And he paid for flight tickets to get down there. Like, he didn't want to go on the fucking plane.
I have a phobia of flying higher than a building.
But Alex gave him a little bit of cash so he could get a couple of drinks in him. My brothers just turned 21, so they were legally able to buy alcohol. We get down there. Alex made arrangements, and a shelter he thought that was actually okay. Kind of find out it wasn't. Walk on the fucking property, I went, this fucking place is haunted. But nobody knows what it is. Had no problems at first, except for my brother Richie literally being an overprotective wolf. I just started dating Caroline at the time. This is early 07. And about 4 months later, I end up getting this vivid dream of my brother Richie getting stabbed after winning a fight. I went and I told him. He didn't think I was overacting. He had the same vivid dream. And I said, bro, I know how you get when it comes to me. Someone tries to pick a fight with you, or you don't like what someone says to me, just walk away. He looked at me like I had 8 heads. Like, you're really going to think I'm going to walk away? I went, please, for me. He went, okay. We're talking out in what's called Courtyard, having cigarettes. I just gotten on Social Security, too. And trying to figure out how the fuck do I freaking work? Because I didn't like it at the time.
Let me show the picture where your brother stuck us.
Alex is still busy getting his house ready.
That's the place.
You
right
have to
there.
bring that fucking thing up.
That's where her brother put her and me at that place.
Well, like I said, Richie
But it's
didn't
no
have
longer
to.
around.
Richie didn't have to. He stayed with me.
True.
But
That place? No longer.
I highly doubt that.
No, it is. It's no longer.
It got torn down finally?
Yeah.
There is a God. 3 months later, I'm kind of getting along with the owner's wife. She understood where I came from. She understood where my brother Richie came from. When it comes to me, don't get the fuck in his way. About 3 hours later, me and my brother Richie were having a cigarette, just talking. He knew I was having one of my bipolars kicking in. He couldn't tell at the time which one. And out of nowhere, he starts cracking jokes. Trying to get me to laugh. Kind of worked. Kind of being an understatement, I couldn't stop laughing. Like 4 guys, one of them being racist against anybody who was lesbian, gay, bi, transgender, drag queen, and he also had the guy, the racist dick, also had a freaking record of sexual assault and rape, which somehow my brother Richie knew what that was, which was on females. Automatically tensed. The guy had 3 other guys with him. They all start catcalling me. And, my brother Richie, not liking that too much, got up, got in all 4 of their faces, and I'm like, please just walk away. Doesn't. Automatically punches the one that catcalled me, mainly. Gets into a fight with him and his 3 other guys. One of them right through part of the fence. The other one through another part of the fence. And one right through one of the picnic tables. The main guy that was catcalling me was getting back up slowly and pulled out a pocket knife. I automatically knew what that was gonna mean. I bolted and stood and got in front of him, taking the knife. Part of the blade broke off. It's literally pronounced dead for like about an hour. Because the damn knife hit a major artery. But somehow I woke up. And I was breathing. And out of his mouth my brother Richie tells me to my face, don't ever do that again. Scared the shit out of me. I went, you think I'm just gonna let you get stabbed? You're my fucking brother. He's like, I know, sis, but you're more important. I go, what vivid dream did you have that you got stabbed? Not me. Which part of that happened, but you didn't stay dead. Because I'm looking right at you. He couldn't bear hug me because of the stitches. But he looked at me again and said, please don't ever do that again. You're more important to me than myself. Makes me cry. He knew the difference between crying happy and crying in a sad way. He hated the sad way. He called her brother, told him what happened. He showed up at the shelter in a brand new Ford. Literally skidded into a 180 halt, got out of the truck, and literally pointed to the three of us and said, get in my fucking truck. Goes off on the guy that ran the place, and goes off on the security guards, supposedly security guards, for not doing the fucking thing. After my stitches healed, I find out my brother Alex got into pro wrestling. And he asked me one night, when all four of us were sitting on the porch, after I just got home from having a date with Paramike, that he wanted me to go in on it with him. Out of Richie's mouth, oh hell no. Not without me, you're not. The wrestling, it did kind of help in a therapeutic kind of way. Didn't take me long either to fucking train and actually be ready. Just some of the moves I had to train extra on because they were more advanced. And I'm in the ring one night. I just started going from my brother Alex and our brother Richie's manager to single wrestler. And someone, wasn't sure who it was at the time, jumped the ring, got in the ring, or jumped the barricade, got in the ring, and had a knife on him. I just started getting vivid dreams about Alex getting stabbed. Seeing it, I pounced on the guy, fought with him for a couple of minutes. Both of them, my brothers, didn't know what the fuck was going on until they both see me literally get stabbed again. First time was for my brother Richie. The second time, it was for our brother Alex. But it was Richie's second time seeing me get stabbed. This time, the whole blade of the knife broke off in a couple of different pieces in my freaking other side. Scared the shit out of both of them, because again, I stopped breathing. But I was able to get revived. I didn't have to deal with stitches that much. They weren't that big. I had to deal with internal stitching. And the doctor said, you can't hug her too tight. She has to heal internally. Heard the same thing out of Richie's mouth and brother Alex's mouth. Don't ever do that again. I'll kick your ass. And at the time, I started laughing because Alex, he was like 325 pounds. Had muscle on him. Our brother Richie, he had some muscle on him, but he wasn't as big. And I said to Richie, and how do you expect to do that? You can't even freaking hold me in a fucking hold. Remember when we were younger? He goes, I ain't 12 anymore. And, I went, no. You're 22. Unfortunately, it's not backwards. He starts laughing. He's like, you wait. I didn't realize what the fuck he was talking about at first. Took time off from wrestling to heal. And our father just opened a club down there in West Hill Beach. Which was sort of what some people down in Lower East Side of Hell considered an alternative club. Lesbians, gays, bi, transgenders, drag queens, they all flocked to it. There were straights that came in there too, but they were actually pretty cool to be around. My father found out about the second time I got stabbed. Kind of cussed me out, but not as much. He understood what I did it. He's like, even though I don't like the idea of you doing that, you're my only daughter. But I understand where you're coming from. I would have done the same thing for my sister, and vice versa. He kind of chewed out my brothers a little bit, saying you can't be mad at her. She's going by defense. She's protective of you two. Had a couple of rocky instances with my brother Alex, but we got over it pretty quick. My brother Richie and I, after like about a year and a half later, he stopped wrestling. I stayed with it, but he started working in the sound booth with Paramike just to keep an eye on me. I had the week off. Every 2 weeks I had to wrestle. And having the middle week off, me and my brother Alex, we wrestled. I don't lose. He lost. And we were just horse playing. Me and my brother Richie, on the other hand, it was about 30 minutes. I still say I let him win. He knew a hold that our father taught him, which I didn't know it until he put me in it. Couple of years later, I lose a friend of ours who decided, after getting the H1N1, to go work at the hellhole of a shelter because they were down a chef. You want to call it a chef. And I told him the night before, do not show up there. He ended up not listening because the owner's second wife, who everybody called the walking hoe bag, called him and said he needed to help at their kitchen. They have nobody else. And Dan, another fat son of a bitch, said, you have to work today. Not really going into that one. I mean, I blame myself on it, but kind of got over it really quick. One or two, for two reasons, my brothers got engaged early in 2008 to Paramike, and on the porch, just relaxing, hanging out, and watching my niece and my nephew play in the front yard. Literally going through the fucking sprinkler system slide that Alex had bought them, their father. And Adam was kind of being a little wuss when it came to the water, because it was a little cold. And I laughed about it, but our mother shows up at Alex's house because she found out where we were living. We had the shithead in the car with her. I did the proverbial freeze, even though I was sitting down. My brothers, Richie and Alex, they automatically got defensive and just eyed both of them. And she tells me, in front of my brothers and Paramike, who looked at shithead and went, what the hell is that on your head? He goes, oh, it's a mohawk. And who the fuck are you? He goes, don't worry about who the fuck I am. I've heard of a mohawk, but not a shithawk. Which was actually hilarious. And my mother tells me in front of my brothers that she arranged a marriage for me and Shithead. I started laughing so hard I fell off the chair. 3 seconds later, my brother Richie falls on me, laughing his ass off. Alex, our brother, he's laughing, but not as hard. He already had a look in his eye. He kind of pulled our brother Richie off me because I couldn't get back up with him laying on me, and pulled him aside. They're talking in a whisper between the two of them, and both of them did a twin switch on him. Not at the same time, but separately. Richie went at him first, fucks him up. Alex goes after him, and Shithead thinks it's the first one that beat the crap out of him. Which was the first time I've ever seen Alex snap. And trust me, he snapped because I thought I saw his eyes turn green. And he had brown eyes. And my brother Richie dropped his mouth because of how our brother was. He's like he could never kick the shit out of him that hard. And Shithead got arrested. Shocking, but he couldn't get out of it this time. We moved back up to our hometown back in early 2010 because Alex signed another deal with the recipe promotion up there. And said, you don't need to worry about a house. I'm paying for yours. I went, you what? You're not paying for the whole fucking thing. He's like, okay, I'll give you half. I'll pay you half. Bro, you just bought almost like a 3-story house that looks like it fit 3 different families in it. He goes, I know. I converted it. I went, okay. He goes, it's temporary. I'm fully settled. You're coming in my house. And, about several months later, my brothers, they get into a huge fight. I walked through the front door. After getting home from my second job, bartending for a friend of mine that worked for my father. My father's old employee, who was actually a friend of mine, just became general manager of a bar, or more like a club, for LGBTQ oriented, but straights could come in as long as they weren't dicks. I get home from work at one night, tired as hell, around 2:30, quarter to 3 in the morning. Usually my boss dropped me off, but I had to walk home that night. Walk through my front door, and I see both of my brothers fighting on my kitchen floor. I pulled the both of them apart, and I said, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but don't make me get the fucking hose again. Of course, Paramike's like, what do you mean again? More or less, I used a hose on those two a couple of times before. It works. Simply because the water's too damn cold. They stopped fighting, but they both fighting because Richie didn't want me wrestling anymore. And Alex, our brother, thought he was being overreactive and overprotective for no reason. I started laughing. I went, Alex, you think he's just being a little overprotective? Or like overprotective understatement. He's like, I get the same way too. Not as much as he does. After my birthday came and went, in October 2010, Halloween night, about November 1st that year, they got into another fight where it wasn't like the fight they had in Lower East Side of Hell in a hotel room in Orlando, but it was pretty bad. My kitchen table got broken. One of my couches really got shredded. And I was pissed because it was a leather couch. That I paid literally $600-$700 for. Ow. Yes, I hit my knee. And I told Richie, after I pulled the both of them apart, go take a walk, calm down, then come back home. I told Alex to do the same thing. And when they both got back to the house, if they were still in the same mindset, I was knocking them both out, even though I didn't have the heart to. They did. The only one that came back was Alex. Richie ended up leaving to Vermont, which I didn't know until like 3 weeks later, because he called me. I had an old cell phone at the time, flip phone, and he's like, "Hey sis, what were you gonna say here?" I went, "Where the fuck are you?" He goes, "What? Did I make you worried?" "Yeah." "What the fuck you think, bro?" He's like, "Sorry about that." I go, "Where are you? I'll come get you." He's like, "Yeah, if you feel like traveling 3 hours." "Oh, what do you mean 3 hours?" I'm staying with a couple friends of mine in Vermont. Not where he lives now, but somewhere else. I went, why? Why didn't you just come back? He goes, because I would have killed him. I went, bro, you know I hate it when you two fight. He's like, I know. But it's kind of better this way for now. I'll come visit. For Yuletide, of course. He said Christmas because my father's sister was into Christmas more than Yuletide. I went, okay. He did show up though. Showed up Thanksgiving. As a surprise. He knows I don't really like surprises. But he did anyway. My brothers, they were actually getting along. And we're just chilling and hanging out. And we're cracking jokes at each other. And they tried to crack jokes on Paramike, but Paramike cracked jokes back. Alex couldn't come up with a fucking thing to come back with. Richie, anyway, came back with a joke of his own. To Paramike, I actually got Paramike to think for 8 seconds. And, Richie leaves, about 2 weeks later. He had started working. And said, he would be back on shipments. I went, okay. December 24th hits, which is the day I dread. Now. My brother Alex just quit working for what I call Alcatraz, WWE. And I couldn't get a hold of him. Now I was starting to see those vivid dreams again, but a lot more vivid. I called Richie, who was actually having a day off of work, and I told him about the vivid dreams again happening, but it's more vivid. He's like, how vivid? I don't even want to say it. He's like, sis, as a hard ass as our brother is, that really isn't going to, nothing's really going to happen. I can't get a hold of him. He's like, let me try. Hang up, wait 3 hours. Then finally, my phone rings, and I see it's Alex. Answer the phone. I went, where are you? I've been calling you all day. He's like, sorry. Fucking flight was delayed. He goes, and I had to do some last minute shopping. I went, oh. He goes, can you do me a favor? Yeah. Anything. Can you meet me at midnight? Where? Downtown. What part of downtown, bro? Entertainment district. Okay. By what bar? He used to work. I went, okay. What's going on? He's like, I just want to give you something in private. He's like, is our brother with you? No. He's supposed to show up tomorrow, though. He goes, let me guess. His bus is delayed. Yeah. Alex starts laughing. He's like, he needs to get a fucking license to get a car. I went, bro. He's like, sorry. I went, and I told him about my vivid dreams again. Alex kind of laughed. He's like, sis, this is not going to happen. Come meet me at midnight. I went, okay. Leave my house about 10:30. Got to the entertainment district and to Cafe Manhattan before it closed down and got a new name. And he was standing outside having a cigarette. I walk up to him. I had that feeling. It was fucking like a slam. I go, bro, Alex, come with me. Just sis, nothing's gonna happen. Yeah. You said that the last time. He goes, yeah, I remember. He goes, nothing's gonna happen. Pulls me to a more secluded area. Hands me a wad of cash that was like that fat. I'm like, you couldn't have made that much. He's like, trust me, I made a chunk of money. Even though I quit. I go, what's in your other hand? He holds out the necklace, which I have. And it had a ring with it that he also handed me. Decides to cut my palm with a dagger that he had. I thought he was high. Or drunk. I went, bro, are you high? Or are you drunk? We're not supposed to do that shit out here. Only in secluded areas. He's like, I know, but I just need to do something. I went, okay. Put the necklace and the ring in the hand he just cut. Cut his hand, his left. He was southpaw, so he could use both hands. Uses his right hand, cuts his left palm, and held my cut hand. The weird thing, it's kind of symbolic now. 3 songs started playing separately in different bars, which was weird. Immortal by Evanescence, not the rock version, but the classical one. He liked the classical one better. Bill Collins, You'll Be in My Heart, same song that my brother Richie sang to me one time. Made me cry. And the one I can't hear anymore. Bill Collins, One More Night. That damn thing was playing in 6 or 7 bars at the same time. And the freaking feeling I had hit me harder than a slam. I went, bro, come to my house. Now. He had a way to kind of like give like a look like he was going to be fine. That usually worked because he was fine. He goes, I'll be at your house tomorrow morning around 8 in the morning with bells on. Just to prove I'll be fine. I went, bro, I love you, but if you walk in my living room wearing bells, I'm going to put my foot so far up your ass to where it comes out of your mouth and you're tasting shoe leather for 3 months after you get my shoe out of your ass. And he laughed, gave me a bit of a bear hug, kissed me on my left cheek. He goes, see you in the morning. I went, okay, walk home, get through my front door 3:30 in the morning. Was so fucking tired, I had a cigarette and passed the fuck out. 6 o'clock in the morning. Someone's pounding on my front door. I open it, and there's my cousin Charlie on my mother's side. He's a cop who transferred to several different states. He goes, hey, I got a question to ask you. What? Did you see Alex at all last night? Yeah. He asked me to meet him at midnight at Cafe Manhattan. Why?
Yeah, I'm looking at the map right now for home state, and it's all boarded up.
Doesn't surprise me. And he goes, he was found stabbed last night. Early this morning. Didn't take me 8 seconds to register it. Or 5 minutes. I went, you fucking with me, right? I just saw him at fucking midnight. 6 hours ago. He goes, what time did you get home? About 3:30 the latest? He goes, yeah. He was stabbed. He had a fight with someone about 5 minutes after 3:25. What? He goes, there were witnesses that saw the fight, but he was stabbed 5 times. He just died not even 10 minutes ago. Jacked my cousin off the floor. I went, you're fucking with me. He's like, no, I'm not. Come with me and I'll show you. At the fucking morgue. And, just to identify him, trust me, I can't get the image out of my head. When I saw my brother Alex dead on the fucking gurney, I don't remember what I did, but I know I blacked out. Paramount, do you remember what the fuck I did?
No.
Shit. From what my cousin Charlie told me, I flipped 3 other gurneys through surgical knives at the wall. About 7 security guards show up to try to calm me down and restrain me. Threw their fat asses through windows, including the viewing glass. Through 7 cops that my cousin worked with. Through another viewing glass. And through a wall. And Paramike, he's not laughing, but he's just like shaking his head like, guys. You don't think she wasn't gonna snap? I got home. Back home about 3 hours later, because I left the house. Paramike went back home because he found out his half-sister showed up. And he left to go get her out of the house, or I was actually going to kill somebody. My brother Richie shows up. Paramike tells him, he's like, what? Not kidding, bro. He's like, where is she? She hasn't came back with me. He goes, does she have her cell phone on her? He goes, no. We left the cell phone here. He goes, what the fuck happened? From what I heard, he had a fight with somebody, and he was stabbed at 3:27 in the morning, and was brought to the hospital, but he died 10 minutes before 6 this morning. And your sister flipped. He's like, well, people can't expect her just not to fucking snap. He's like, no. She flipped 3 other gurneys. She threw surgical knives at the walls. She threw 7 security guards through a viewing glass. Threw 7 cops through another viewing glass. It's like, ugh, yeah, she didn't just snap. He goes, from what I saw, Richie, your sister, looked worse than you do when you snap. I walk through my front door, not even like 3 minutes later. Not in the right frame of mind. Picking up my cell phone, because I know I had to deal with all of it. And Paramike's half-sister in the kitchen was talking to Paramike's niece, Michelle. And Michelle was trying to get her out of the house, because she found out too. She said, Crystal, your sister-in-law is not in the right frame of mind right now. You need to leave. She goes, I don't have to go anywhere. She goes, no, Crystal. Her brother, one of them, was just killed. She's not in a very frame of mind. She had to fucking identify him. Because she was the last one to see him. And you remember what your half-sister said? Because I know I snapped.
No.
Okay. I walk to my living room because I just got off the phone. I had to tell my dad, who was actually in Italy, visiting a distant relative of his. He goes, unfortunately, I'll have to let your mother know. And she should be in Salem this time of year. I went, okay. Call her, tell her. She goes, come to my house. So we can sit and talk. And to help both of us, each other, pay the goddamn fucking bills. I hang up the phone. I hear Paramike's half-sister in the kitchen say to Mike's niece, Michelle, and my brother Richie, Alex was a dick anyway. He didn't like me for no reason. Richie went to say something. I came barely through the kitchen, knocked her the fuck on her ass. And Paramike, his niece Michelle, her boyfriend at the time, and Richie literally saw me tearing her ass apart. I knocked her on her ass, I pounced on her, full fucking fist, punching her in the face and in the head. Pick her up by her neck and threw her out my kitchen window. We were on the first floor, so she didn't land that far. She was still awake. She wasn't knocked out. She was still running her mouth about it. I jump through the other kitchen window, landing on her in a way by grabbing her head, almost like an Irish whip type of move, but you're slamming the person's head as you land on him, or twist where you don't land on them, but you're on your feet. And my brother Richie had to come up behind me, lift me, and dropped me to the ground. I didn't realize it. That I had fully blacked out. And he puts the same move on me again, but he's actually choking me. Even though he didn't want to. He literally choked me out. Kinda got over-worried because of the way I snapped. My cousin, Charlie, had to pick me up at my house, driving me all the way to Salem, ass, because that's what I call it. Massachusetts is what I call Massachusetts. To deal with it, Richie had to go to Vermont to take time off of work and explain what was going on. He showed up at our mother's house a couple days later. And he didn't see me at all the whole time. Only like snippets of me walking past the window or something. Or a room. Through a doorway. And he had to deal with our niece and our nephew. Which our niece was a complete daddy's girl. Adam acted like he was fine. Or so I thought. And my mother decides to think it's a fucking family reunion instead of a fucking funeral. Our mother decides to waltz down the fucking stairs wearing a fucking gown. Thinking, oh, it's a family reunion, formal. I got pissed, but I didn't say anything. I waited until everybody left. I didn't know that my brother Richie stayed at our house. And I walked through the kitchen. See Richie. He goes, "You okay?" I look at him. I went, "I'm fine." He goes, "No, you're not. Sit down." I went, "I'm fine." Fucking peachy. Walk to a cabinet, grab a bottle of wine, which I don't drink wine. Alex drank wine, but I didn't. And neither did Richie. Unless it was from Romania. And I grab a wine glass, and I turn around, and our birth mother decides to start telling me, you know, if you went with my betrothed choice for you, this wouldn't have fucking happened. I go, before I could say it, she goes, "It is your fault." I go, what makes you fucking think that wouldn't have happened if I did? Besides, it would have been a funeral, but in a different one. She goes, she said it again, and I wanted so much to hit our biological mother, but I didn't do it, even though I wanted to hit her. Walk out the front door after slamming it and breaking a couple of the glass windows on it. I didn't know that Richie had cussed our mother out. And he had to follow me. He knows how to track. He followed me to a field that we used to run around, wrestle each other when we visited in summer. And I remember just sitting on my knees after pouring a glass of wine, getting the fucking wine cork out of the fucking bottle. And I started screaming in what my brothers called a banshee shriek, or the shriek. And Richie, I didn't realize it, had came up behind me. He hated it when I cried. After dealing with that, went back home. Almost got kicked out because my landlord was an idiot and an asshole. Moved into another place, which I thought was actually decent. Even my brother Richie was actually going to move in with us. With me and Paramike. Until the landlord, who I thought was actually pretty cool, decides to let someone else move into the fucking apartment, which ended up being the family of Paramike's ex-girlfriend before he got with me. I flipped, broke 4 windows. I said, there, now you got a reason to kick me out. How about another reason? Me throwing you down the fucking stairs. I called my friend Cowboy, my boss, one of my bosses, or old bosses at a bar. I go, hey, you still working at Club Ecstatic? I need extra money, like, fast. I just got kicked out. I got like a month to get the fuck out of here. He goes, unfortunately, I have a bar in Vermont, but it's in Rutland. I went, fuck. He goes, but I know a guy that I'm cool with that's general manager of Ecstatic now. I'll give him a call. Which I ended up getting a call from the guy like 30 minutes later. He's like, obviously, you're in a bind. Most bartenders here, they get like 9 something an hour. I'm gonna pay you double. I'm giving you $12 an hour, which is actually pretty high for a bartender. Especially female. I started feeling both of my bipolar's acting up at work, but I was able to try to control it until I got out. My ex-best friend, who lives down in what I'm calling New Hell, PA, that why don't you just come down here? It would actually be good to give her something new. He goes, Paramike actually goes, you don't get it. She lost one brother. And her other brother Richie, Alex's twin brother, wants her closer to him. She goes, oh, I'll talk to him. Shockingly, she was able to convince him, which he's kicking himself in the ass for doing that. Move all the way down here. Some days I was fine, other days not so fine. Stayed in contact with my brother Richie all the way up till 2018. We lost contact, and my nephew ended up doing something which we both didn't realize at the time. After he told me the guy that killed our brother was shithead. He's been hiding from the cops for like several years now. I go, which actually sounded like the fucking Rock doing a cutting a promo on somebody. Which Paramike at the time thought it was funny the way I said it. I shouted, which I imagine my brother Richie pulled the phone away from his ear. As I shouted, "Sweet fucking cream!" on a goddamn ice cream sandwich.
That was fucking disturbing.
What the fuck were the cops doing? Learning how to fucking knit? Or learning how to fucking crochet? Because I have no idea. But they did catch him. Where? Because let's just say he was trying to hide out here in my area, and decided to walk into a bar that Cowboy owns. And I was at the bar.
Yeah, speaking of cowboys, his other place that used to be in Springfield is now the 350 Grill. Mardi Gras is still there. Just got a facelift on the outside, but they're still there.
Yeah, but Mardi Gras is a fucking strip club.
Yeah, I know.
Not the bar I work in. I work in.
I'm still going through the map on Google of Springfield. And
Yeah.
there's a lot of shit that's changed.
You'd be surprised.
Now there's Chandler's Steakhouse on Main Street.
There's what?
Chandler's Steakhouse. It's on Main Street now. It's a new thing. It's never been there before. When we lived there, we never had that there.
No, I could have sworn I saw one in West Hill Beach. I haven't lunched there once. And their food sucked. One of the times I've ever saw my two brothers get up and throw the food at the chef. I'm trying to think.
Red Rose is still there.
My brother Richie, he kind of started laughing. He goes, let's just say the stupid shithead decided to walk into the same bar that Cowboy owns. And I go to that bar frequently. Oh, wait, you were in the bar when he walked in? He goes, yeah. He saw me, he thought I was Alex. Well, you did always do a twin switch on him. He's like, yeah, I know. But he thought I was fucking Alex's ghost or something. I go, what did he do? Obviously, he was a bitch. Ran, was trying to run out the front door, and he slammed into the door. I go, what did you do? I stood there and laughed. Leo thought that was hilarious. I go, please don't tell me you fought with him in Cowboys Club. He goes, no. Wait until he went right outside. Whipped his ass in the fucking street. That's how they caught him. which he told me I wasn't going to like very much. Because the prosecutor that was working on our brother's murder case couldn't get the death penalty out of him. He ended up getting life in prison. Without parole. I went, that's not enough. He's like, yeah, I know. But that's what the freaking justice system is. Nobody there cares. Unless they're getting their ass filled with money. And I kind of laughed a little bit. I heard somebody in the background. Wasn't sure who it was. And come to find out it was our mother. Because I remember Richie saying, hey, hold on a second. I went, okay. Holding on. And our mother decides to pick up the phone. Somehow she knew he was talking to me. And again, started blaming me. I said, listen, old bat, when the fuck have you cared about any of the three of us? Unless it benefited you. For once, she couldn't answer back. And of course, she said it again. And one of the few times I threw my cell phone. Didn't break it, shockingly, but I threw it. I didn't know Mike was actually able to catch it. Richie got back on the phone, and Mike had the phone because I had started crying. And Richie was talking to Paramike, saying, why is my sister crying? And I know her, the way she cries, and that's not one of them that I'm okay with. Tells him what our mother said. He goes, she's fucking so drunk off her gin and tonic. She doesn't even know what fucking day it is. And I took the phone from Paramike talking to my brother. He goes, don't listen to Mom. You know she's a fucking drunk. And she wasn't there. I went, I need to ask this. He's like, sure. What? Do you agree with Mom? He goes, hell no. You really think I've ever agreed with her? Let me see. I hung up the phone after he said he would call me back in the morning to check on me. I ended up calling my oldest son, who was unfortunately being raised by my stepdad. Somehow he was able to get the okay from that. But they had to consider open adoption. And if he became mentally abusive or physically abusive to my son, then he'd be coming right back to me. I was talking to my son. My stepdad tells him to take his meds or something. I went, let me guess, ADHD. He's like, yeah, but I go, I can tell you for a fact it's ADD. tired of fucking doctors saying, oh, it's not ADD anymore. I go, what is he on? And it better not be Ritalin. He goes, no, it's not Ritalin. It's something else that's actually new. Yeah, like I trust that one. And, he says, how would you know? Let's see, how would I know? One, the meds that you had me on as a kid, which was Ritalin, gave me bipolar. And yeah, some drugs actually help with that. And some drugs actually push it. And my stepdad says, well, how would you know? Again, I went, do I have to fucking say it again, but spell it out for you? He goes, I understand David's your son, but you weren't there really for him. I went, excuse me? I was actually at a loss for words. And Paramike heard what he said, gets on the phone and says, listen, I've always hated your guts as much as you hated my guts. And now I just want to kill you. You don't ever say something like that. There's someone that has not just bipolar 1, but bipolar 2 as well. Bipolar 2 is severe depression. You can't say something like that. He goes, and you were never there. You only know by fucking reports that you got. Let's see. And he goes, you know something? I'm gonna make a phone call to someone she's related to who really don't like you. And actually put your head through a wall one time. Which Paramike actually did. Left him a voice message telling him what Doug said to me. My stepdad. Gave him my stepdad's phone number. Said, have fun. I don't know if he did anything. Ended up sleepwalking that night. And I don't remember doing anything, but Paramike told me my sleepwalking had gotten so bad that night, I actually tried to kill myself in my sleep. How? And he goes, let's just say you tried using one of our butcher knives. Which I was actually in the hospital for. The doctors down here in New Hell, PA, don't think sleepwalking and suicide is a severe matter. It's something else. Mike got pissed. Paramike got a hold of my therapist that I had at the time. She got pissed. Actually showed up at the hospital and said, you can't say sleepwalking and trying to kill yourself while you're sleepwalking is not a severe problem. You are supposed to treat people that do that as well as people that attempt that when they're awake. Doctors ended up getting fired. At the time, my case manager, who me and Paramike thought she had a brain, even cussed them out. Didn't hear anything from my brother Richie, so I thought he was mad at me. I'm pretty sure he didn't even know what happened when I slept when I was sleepwalking. The next year, 2019, it was December 24th. I had started fighting with my now ex-best friend because her son, she wasn't disciplining, lets him do whatever the fuck he wants. It doesn't even discipline him when he steals from a store. She said, well, we have to use her, the bathroom, and I'll leave you alone until you can get off your ass, get the bug out of your ass. I go, how about I put my foot in your fat ass, and it'll feel like a fucking bug to you. That's before her son actually stole a white gold onyx ring that had a diamond in it, which was actually given to me by my brother Richie. And the ring that matched this, that our brother Alex gave me, which was pure gold, but white gold, and straight up onyx, was missing, and her son had bolted out the fucking front door before anybody noticed, because I was cleaning them, and I made sure they were on a high shelf, and caught him jumping off the chair and running up the front door. Had a weird feeling. I started searching around the living room. And Robin's fat ass, my ex-best friend, walks out the front door nonchalantly. Paramike's asking me, what the fuck are you doing? I just got a feeling. I went to every single jewelry item. One of my brothers gave me, and my other brother gave me something different, but almost similar. I went, okay, the diamond earring that brother Richie gave me, I got. The other one our brother Alex gave me is right here. Got the emerald silver green ring, which is this, because I don't take it off. And a matching necklace that Alex gave me, I got hanging up. At the time, it wasn't hanging up, it was on my altar. And I went to the shelf, to my high shelf, looked in the jewelry cleaner, and saw the rings were gone. And Paramike was coming out of the bathroom and heard me scream the words, "That son of little shit." Paramedic runs in the living room. He's like, "What's wrong?" I go, "The son of little shit stole my rings." He goes, "You got all the rings." I went, "No. Two specific ones." He goes, "I'll go to her house. I'll deal with it. You stay here." I went, "Yeah, fat chance." He went one way, I went another, and I still beat him. Her son saw me barreling at him. Bolts in the house. I tell his mother. She didn't believe me. And I saw her boyfriend, who's actually a racist prick, leaving. I said, "Yeah, why don't you bring your son down here and ask him yourself?" He bolted out of my fucking front door. And you nonchalantly went after him. Don't you think you should have fucking checked him? I keep all my shit out of reach of that kid. I know that little shit has my rings. Her mother overheard it. She goes, "More like he had the rings." I went, "What do you mean had?" His grandmother drags him out of the front door and said she gave him to Tony. Right now he's going to sell him. I beg your pardon, what? Robin's fat ass, my ex-best friend, starts defending her son, even though he admitted, yeah, he stole the rings. He goes, Tony said he would give me some money if I did steal anything that was of value. I went, it wasn't money value. I go, Jaden, son, if you were 18 right now, you would be legal for me to kick your ass up and down the street before I kill you. Robin thought I was overreacting. I said, "Listen, fat bitch. Fat, lazy cunt that sits on her fat ass. Those rings that he stole, my brother Richie, who don't like you, and who you don't like either, which he could give two shits about, he gave me one of the rings. Our brother, Alex, his twin brother, gave me the second one, which is a match to the necklace I'm wearing. I can't get those fucking back. All because Tony bribes a kid, a little shit at that, to steal something from somebody and not think of the consequence. And you think it's okay. Because you're doing nothing, as usual. Her shithead boyfriend comes back, has a wad of cash. Just as cops show up, and they were actually showing up to arrest him, for drugs, really, but not for stealing until they found out, or receiving stolen property, because of a freaking 10-year-old did it, really. See me step in front of her boyfriend, said, I want my rings, or I'm wiping your ass with the whole fucking street. Because, like, I don't know what rings you're talking about. Oh, I don't know. The ones Jaden handed you? That you bribed? You give him money? A 10-year-old? He goes, oh, you mean the two white gold rings that had onyx on them? Oh, I went, yeah. Where are my rings? I'll fucking kill you. Oh, I already sold them. I blinked a couple times, which Paramike seen me do a couple times, and so did my brothers, which is a sign I'm about to snap. And punch him in the face, knocking out several of his front teeth. Grabbing him by his neck, and literally was about to strangle him. The cops got in the middle, one of them, my cousin, pulled me aside and said, we got him. I was like, no, you don't. But I got something for him. My ex-best friend is going off at the mouth about me to the cops, saying she's the one that assaulted him. My cousin turned around and said, yeah, but he did receive stolen property that he went and sold because your son stole the rings for him. So if you want to get technical, we can arrest you too. Because you allowed it. And you didn't question him. She got mad, starts saying, oh, well, I got surgery done on my back when I was younger. She ain't gonna do shit. Which, Paramedic heard me start laughing, which sounded like Chucky, the original Chucky, and Joker from Batman. Had walked into a bar, came out of the bar together, and had a kid. Which would have been me. Because I was laughing both their tones at the same time. Walk over to her, nail her with a shitty old chair she had on the porch that was about to fall apart anyway. I take the chair and I hit her square in the fucking back. Dropped her like you could drop a cigarette. Which is actually pretty quick. I went home, stopped at 7-Eleven. Paramike came out with a carton of Newports. And with something for me to make drinks at home. Because we had vodka. Because I was going to need it. I get home. And I was doing what I kind of mentioned before. Crying internally until I fell asleep. Mike went and took a shower. I was asleep. He noticed I was sleepwalking again. And noticed one of my pill bottles was empty. Wake up 2 days later. Not knowing what the fuck happened. I get told again what I did. And I just looked at him. I went, and? Which he kind of was like, okay, something changed. He's like, I gotta get a hold of your brother. Good luck with that. We haven't heard from him in over a year. And, I mean, there were spurts of me being fine, usually, but there's days where I could be fine, actually fine, and also days where I'm just in that mindset. And, I hear in everybody's shit sandwich for a year that's going to be 2 years in January. Or 2 years this year now. My nephew, Adam, calls my cell phone. And I still got the same number that I've had since I've been down here. Just kind of changed the phone. Just kind of changed the phone itself. And actually told me that he agrees with Grandma. I went, Adam, as much of a pain in the ass you were when you were younger, doesn't mean that I don't love you this as much. He goes, yeah, I know that, but my dad's dead because of what happened because of you. I went, someone else blame me for something? Paramike kept a sharper eye on me. I actually just slept. Hear from my brother, Richie, in over 3 years. I said, are you mad at me? No. I haven't ever been mad at you. Then why the 3-year hiatus? He goes, it's kind of complicated. I went, well, I know you work a lot of hours. So that ain't it. He goes, well, I found out recently from our niece, my adopted daughter, that our nephew decided to hack into my Facebook and literally plaster whatever it was he said to you. I went, yeah. He called me and actually said of whatever it was that he posted on your page. He goes, yeah, I found that out too. From the same person that told me that he hacked my Facebook. And due to the fact he's not a minor anymore, I sent Paramike some pictures of his face. I said, he goes, he went to say something. He goes, what are you thinking? I went, nothing really. Just lighting a cigarette, which I was. He goes, I was having flash visions for a while. I just wasn't sure if that was true or not. They were just nightmares. Like what? You sleepwalking 2 different occasions and trying to kill yourself while you're sleepwalking. Those weren't vivid dreams, bro, nor nightmares. I actually did. Dropped his cell phone, heard his husband Leo look at him like, please don't break that cell phone. I had to buy a new one for you. Several times. Heard him pick his cell phone back up. He goes, please tell me you're joking. No. He goes, let me talk to Mike for a minute. And this is when I found out about the kidney stones that I had at both kidneys. I had to deal with 2 surgeries back to back. I find out from Paramike that my brother Richie cussed him out because he didn't tell him. He goes, dude, I couldn't get a hold of you. I don't know what the fuck your email is, nor did I know your cell phone. He goes, you could have easily found me on Facebook. He goes, which one? You got like 10 of them. Sent Paramike a friend request. It said, this is my Facebook. I gave you that a couple years ago. He goes, that wasn't showing up on my search. So, your nephew hacked your Facebook and did whatever he did on your page. Might have just not only blocked her, but me. So you wouldn't know. He's like, yeah, I already found that out. Here's the pictures of his face. He's like, damn. Richie, I know you're close to your sister, Lori, but I didn't know if you were like that. He goes, let me explain it this way. When my sister Lori says I get overprotective, it's an understatement. And he goes, just because he's my nephew doesn't mean I'm just gonna fuck him up. If I could get away with it, I would have killed him. We've been talking every day because he's told me he brought me back. He just got me back and wanted me to move up closer to him, which I do still plan on doing, but plan on going through Craigslist even if I have to. Have an eye on a couple places that are actually affordable. And accepts 3 cats to be maximum. And the main utilities of what he needs. He goes, Paramike, he went to try to say something about it. He goes, my brother, Richie goes, Mike, I might have hooked you up with her and gave her to you, but she's my sister. Only person in my family I got left. I'm not losing her. Of course, my case manager down here in New Hill, PA, who I don't even know if she's my case manager anymore because I got pissed at her, tells me why move to another state where you're not really wanted around, and your brother that you got left probably doesn't want you around. Not only did it piss me off, kick my bipolar 2 up sky high, which I actually walked in the rain back to my house. I didn't give a shit. It was downpouring, but I didn't give a shit. And my brother, Richie, he had this weird feeling after I literally just stormed out of the place I was eating lunch at. And I was thinking doing something stupid. He goes, well, she kind of did. She walked home in the pouring rain. And he got on the phone with me. He goes, what did she say to you? Told him. He goes, put Mike back on the phone. Hand Paramike the phone. And he hears the words, give me her phone number. Now I'm getting involved. He goes, unfortunately, I can't. I could give you her supervisor's number, but that's about it. Good luck trying to get through to her. They don't think saying something like that down here is anything wrong. The doctor that I see where I get my meds said the same thing, same reaction that I gave. He tells my brother, and my brother Richie decides to call the doctor that I have to deal with, cussed her out saying, you know, it's a good thing I convinced my brother-in-law to get a place up here by me. So my sister could be around me, and I could keep an eye on her. I'm out walking this past December 24th, 11 years, making Alex's death, really. And I get a call on my cell phone from my son. I thought he was pissed off at my stepdad again. But he starts yelling at me. And I said, David, I understand if you're stressed out, but one, whatever fucking legal weed you're smoking, it's making you worse. I'm your fucking mother. He goes, yeah, I know. But you didn't really try that hard enough. Because of Dad. I just started laughing, hung up on my own son. Just before I started hearing my stepdad in the background going, who the hell are you yelling at like that? Get back to my house. And my house phone rings. My stepdad calls me. Actually, shockingly called me. And said, I have no idea where your son, David, even got that from. I went, oh, I don't know. Maybe because he probably heard you say it so many fucking times. And you weren't fucking there. He's like, he goes, well, I went, go ahead, say it. Doesn't say anything. Shockingly, my stepdad actually says the words, which I actually call mother cunt. He actually said Merry Christmas to me. I went, you can shove what you just said up your ass. I don't celebrate it anymore. I celebrate Yuletide. I am a practicing witch. Which you fucking knew when I was a kid. He, went to say something, I hung up the phone on him. Told my brother what David said to me. He goes, I'll take care of that. My son, instead of calling me, he messages me on Messenger, Facebook Messenger that is, and said, Mom, I'm sorry. I love you. I went, yeah. You sure show it. You don't even call me to apologize? What was it? your uncle cussing you out and freaking you out? Saying he beat your ass? I've seen my brother through Duo for the first time, and I started crying. Because I haven't seen my brother Richie in 11 years either. Not since the funeral. And he goes, don't worry about Davey. And he goes, listen, contrary to what Mom said to you, what our shithead nephew did, after saying that shit to you, I know you hear it, but you really don't hear it. What happened that night with Alex was not your fault. You know how stubborn he always was. I went, yeah. I didn't try hard enough. Should have grabbed him by his fucking left ear. Dug my nails in, tried to get him to my house. He goes, did Alex say anything to you before that happened? Well, he gave me the necklace, which he saw me wearing, which my brother Richie saw me wearing. And, trying to think of how I said it. And it had a matching ring to it. He's like, okay. I go, he brought me to a less crowded area. And handed me a wad of fucking cash. Cut my left hand for some reason with his dagger. Cut his hand, his left, using his right hand to cut it, and held my hand with the necklace in it. But he didn't say anything. And I was hearing three fucking songs playing at the same time. One of them would stop playing. He goes, okay, what songs were playing? Immortal, Evanescence, the classic version. He goes, okay. I go, Phil Collins, You'll Be in My Heart, which that's actually pissed Richie off. He goes, I understand our brother Alex is dead. If he wasn't, I would have killed him. Just for that. I went, bro, he didn't request for the song to be played. It just was played from a different bar. He goes, okay. What was the last song? Phil Collins, One More Night. I can't hear that song. He's like, he goes, sis, I know I should have told you this earlier, which we were actually in duo when he was talking to me, telling me it. Our brother, Alex, was in a lot of dark shit before he died. It might have caught up to him, and he couldn't actually come out of it. I went, yeah. I go, I should have tried harder. He goes, sis, what happened to him is not your fault. I went, bro, Paramike, might have told you that he died. And I was walking around outside for 3 hours. But she had to identify him. She was the last one to see him. And even though my brother Richie said it wasn't my fault, I started crying. And Paramike had to tell my brother Richie that she had to identify him. That's something you really can't get out of your head. He's like, oh shit, that I didn't know. Why didn't you tell me? He goes, I didn't think it was my place to. She is your sister. And you're the only one allowed to really say anything when it comes to her. He goes, yeah, that's right. Goes, that means I've got a little bit of work ahead of me once you guys are up here. He goes, yeah, but you'll probably see me before you see her when we're done getting everything changed over and we're settled. He goes, I don't give a shit. You know for a fact I'll walk up in your house without knocking. Was talking to my brother last night. Not sure what the fuck happened. I knew he was stressed out from work. And he had a long day. I said, was trying to send him something, and then bottom of my messenger screen, it said, person is unavailable. I checked my Facebook, thinking, you know, maybe there was a connection lost or something. Tried looking him up, wasn't seeing his name pop up anywhere. I even texted his cell phone, didn't hear anything. And Paramike sees me just sitting on the bed, crying. He's like, what's wrong? You don't cry like that unless you get into your bipolar 2 mood. Told him that I think he's mad at me. He goes, why would your brother be mad at you? I went, I don't know. I went to say something to him, and the damn thing on my messenger screen said this person is unavailable. I checked Facebook. His name isn't showing up. I tried looking for him on Messenger, seeing if he lost connection or something. Wasn't showing anything. Just, this person is unavailable. He goes, let me check something. He checks the weather for up in his area. He goes, it's pouring up there, and there is a storm in this area. It might have fucked up this connection. On Facebook Messenger, I even text him. He goes, give it time. It takes a week for his fucking internet to go back on. And yeah. So dealing with everything I've dealt with up to now, I got a reason to feel so fucking tired. Stayed up all night, which majority of you already know. Crying my eyes out, thinking I did something wrong. Because I was actually so close to him. Went out for a walk yesterday, as most people already know. Was no change. It's actually worse. I didn't know Paramount got a hold of them through email. And said, I just talked to him. I just look at Paramount. He could tell by my eyes that I wasn't right. He goes, he's not mad at you. His connection, he did lose. I go, I did text him. I texted his cell. I didn't hear nothing. He goes, he's not mad at you. When he gets a chance and a little free time, he'll call you. When he gets home, which was yesterday, he said he would check his Facebook Messenger to see what the fuck happened. And he'll call you. I didn't say anything. I just looked at him. Didn't fall asleep last night until roughly 3:27 in the morning. Shocking. Usually, when December 24th comes around, it doesn't hit when it hits on that day. It hits a little bit before, and really hits a little bit after. And went out this morning. Was raining, but I didn't care. I come back home, and yeah. So everything I've dealt with growing up over the years, losing my kids, losing everything, losing one of my brothers, which of course the asshole that killed him actually got released on a technicality. Happened to be because of the shit sandwich from last year. And before I can get through my front door, bottom door before I get to my apartment door, I see my dad, who literally screeched to a fucking halt at the back of my building. I went, the last time you did that, you blew all 4 tires. He goes, I needed to see you. I went, you see me. What the fuck you want? I'm not in the mood. He goes, sweetheart, I have an idea what might have happened. How the fuck do you know? Your husband, my son-in-law, called me. I may have an idea what happened. And that would be what? Possibly your nephew. He's afraid to really say anything to you now, for good reason. But his actions can say it too. What are you saying? Adam hacked his Facebook Messenger now? He goes, I don't know. He pulled something like that before, but he plastered shit all over the walls on Facebook. He could be trying to do it again. But hacking into somebody's messenger, your brother, his Uncle Richie's Facebook Messenger, it would take maybe a storm of something to wipe out your brother's internet, which would make it easier, or would make it easier for Adam to hack into it. I went, yeah. Possibility. But I don't know. He goes, well, I did call your brother when he was at work. He's even told me he's not mad at you. Right now, his internet's all fucking screwy. And he didn't know to text his phone. His phone was dead. I go, when someone's phone is dead, they usually get the text in the morning. He goes, he didn't get the text because of the fucking weather. He's like, when you move up there, closer to him, yeah, you might have to deal with that too, but I go, no matter where you fucking live, the internet can get fucked up by any kind of weather. He goes, give him a day. He is working right now. I go, he told Mike he was going to check it yesterday and figure out what happened to it. He goes, yeah. I went, yeah, well, I need to go back inside. I have an episode for tonight to do on my podcast. He goes, are you in the right mindset for that? Because I can tell by your eyes, you're not. I was about to say something. He goes, please don't tell me you broke another tree. Now, I wanted to put a hole in the building, but I wasn't walking by any buildings that I felt like punching. Walk inside my house. Get situated here on Facebook, or situated. So people are wondering. That's why I put up, I'm so fucking tired. I'm sure most already know what that means, but anyway, I needed to have a drink. actually smoke, full cigarette. You said you got a news story.
I did, but I'm getting tired. But that will.
From my headset.
Chair.
Huh?
From my headset.
Anyways, I'm getting tired, and I could do the news story another day.
Okay.
Last night we had a thunderous, loud noise,
Yeah.
and I found it that I was looking for because it was weird
What?
about that loud noise that we heard last night.
Yeah.
And I found the story and I saved it, and we'll do it on another show. But all I can say for this state where it impacted,
Yeah.
scared the shit out of the people that live in the state.
Oh,
I'll just leave it like that, and I'll read that story on the next show.
yeah.
So that'll do it for me, Paramike, and the Miss Lovely Paralore. And we say good night.